This is the Okeanos Explorer. We have just reached the seafloor with Little Herc. We are stabilizing the vehicles before heading out to our first waypoint. It's really waypoint 2 of this dive. We're looking at a relatively flat seafloor with minor burrowing. Haven't yet picked up Little Herc with Sirius. Visibility looks reasonable. Take us a few minutes to stabilize our arrangement between Sirius and Little Herc. We had to make our way over here from south of our waypoint, so it'll take us a few minutes to get organized and head back towards the southwest, towards waypoint 2. ROV nav, we're going to go up and over a small saddle here. I don't expect too much topography here between waypoints 1 and 2. We should go up for a while and then down. Visibility looks very good. We now have Little Herc in the Sirius cam. Sirius is about 20 meters above Little Herc right now. Looks like visibility is quite good. Guys, if the visibility is this good, we can keep Little Herc a little further off the seafloor. We'll have to experiment, but 1 meter to 2 meters would be good. There's some evidence here for a slight depression in the seafloor, which I didn't see before. A little darker sediment, looks like a little debris. We are at a depth of about 1160 meters with Little Herc. And
EX1202L3.
I can't hear you.
Whoops. Thought I fixed that. I can hear you now, Santiago.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, we passed it. We just passed over to the sediment. Well, take a look. Well, if we see another one, just quickly take a look at it. It just looks like something sticking out of the sediment. Okay.
I can't hear you very well.
Yeah.
So I could not really understand what he said.
Santiago, I suggest that you
Can you
type
hear me better now?
something into. May we have the lasers, please?
So sea pen is a kind of octocoral. You can see that each of those little polyps have 8 little appendages coming out. And octocorals tend to have that feathery appearance on each one of their tentacles.
Those lasers for everyone's to remind everyone are 10 centimeters apart.
Yeah, and in this shot, they're kind of far off in the distance there, too.
It's a very nice view. Can we get a pan down towards? Can we get a pan down towards the base when you're ready? Video.
Nice. That's good.
I am. We can move on when you're ready. Thanks very much. We're down very near the seafloor now with Little Herc. In fact, we're basically on the seafloor, and you can see the unevenness, the hummocky nature of the topography behind that sea pen. That's burrows. And we can take those lasers off. Yeah, a larger depression there in the seafloor. I doubt that's a burrow. That might be related to some kind of a resting trace for a larger organism. It's always a possibility, too, that we're dealing with some kind of fluid escape here as well. We are on a saddle near the near a surfacing salt dome. That's what we'll be traversing up all during the whole dive today. We're northeast of that flank right now. Yeah, lasers on, gentlemen, please. Lasers are about 10 centimeters apart. You see the nature of the topography behind that shrimp there. Pretty good sized depression in the seafloor. And we can get lasers off whenever you start to move. Thank you. And the continuing upward movement of the salt behind it, seaward, forming essentially a wall, or as it is.
Oh, whoops. We're asking for a zoom on that crab. I think that's a Chaseon crab. Common
He's
name
coming
being a
right at
golden
you. It
crab.
might not be so easy. If you can, great. He's decided to advance on you rather than you advancing on him. He's decided that offense is the best defense. Lasers, please, gentlemen, when you get a chance. Sometimes these crabs are quite content to sit and watch the approach of the ROV. This one is not. This one is moving. Very nice view. It's a pretty good sized crab. As you can see, those lasers are 10 centimeters apart, crossing seafloor that is burrowed and also impacted by depressions that may or may not be burrows. They could be impacts of larger animals. It may not be that he gives us a good shot at... yes, yeah, we can move on. Yep, thank you. Lasers off, gentlemen, when you get a chance, please. Let's get a zoom on this. It looks like a chimera, huh? Or no, maybe not. Maybe not.
I think just a rat tail kind of fish. I think.
Our experience is that these fish often face with their nose towards the current, and that may be true here as well. We're not seeing a lot of current here, not much in suspension, but it does look as though the marine snow is moving left to right across our view, and he looks like he's headed into that current as well. He's moving ahead of us, makes it a little more challenging to zoom in. Looks like remarkably efficient movement with that tail. I guess there are many different kinds of these, yes? Because this one certainly looks different than some of the others we've seen.
And you can see it's got some parasites of some sort on its tail, too. I can't tell what they are. But Bob Carney was often noting them, and I I was never quick enough to see them, but I don't know what kind of taxon these parasites are in.
He is moving ahead with the ROV, so it's a bit more of a challenge to get a close zoom on him. Yeah, if we have to move on, gentlemen, that's okay. I mean, it's we'll have other opportunities.
Oh yeah, cool, a sea spider, pycnogonid. I had never seen one swimming around before, usually just sitting around on the seafloor. Yeah, feathery parts on the ends of his legs. It's really interesting to see an animal swimming around like that with its legs. It's kind of like walking through the water. That looks like a skate that we're approaching here. It's a fish that's related to stingrays, but a little different.
Lasers would be good, gentlemen. Oh, here we go. There we go. There's a rat tail.
Yeah.
Seems to be upstaging the stingray. Always a ham in the audience. It's not as big as some of these we have seen. However, he or she are being very obliging for the camera.
No.
I don't think so. I think we've got a good view. And lasers off, gentlemen, please. We get a zoom here, guys. Looks like another rat tail. Yeah, facing away from us. Well, it was a good idea. Yeah, we'll keep moving along. Here again is another area of hummocky topography. Some of this is always potentially related to burrowing organisms, but some might be related to the kinds of things we've been talking about, impact by organisms on the seafloor. Looks like a crab burrow in the foreground there, another rat tail. Zooming in on that small red feature on the seafloor in the right foreground. Very nice spot there.
Yeah, looks like maybe one of those burrowing anemones.
Take a close look here. May we have the lasers on, gentlemen, when you... if we zoom in too tight, you won't see the lasers, but allows us to frame the shot. Looks like another pretty large burrow to the right of that feature that we're looking at right now, that small red feature on the seafloor. That was a burrowing anemone, Aaron?
I think so. Pretty sure it looks anemone-like. I mean, it's stuck there. You can't see the stalk of it, but it had tentacles.
Roger that, thank you. Looks like a, what is that, a sponge?
That does look kind of spongy. And maybe Not sure if that's a little crab there, a squat lobster or something. It's hard to tell.
It's always fascinating to me how much detail and diversity we see when we zoom in on one of these depressions, or any of the biology that we look at in detail.
It's interesting that it's in a depression. I wonder if it's just because it happened to blow there and then it
That,
stays there.
That's often my impression, is that things are moved in by currents.
Yep. So it's more clearly a sponge now. You can see that opening at the top.
It does look like a crab next to it, yes?
And it's, yeah, a squat lobster.
Yeah. Nice. Very nice zoom, gentlemen. A lot
Yeah,
of
some kind of green
that could
thing
be
to the left,
could
maybe
be
glass.
It could be debris of some kind.
Could be a piece of one of those Heineken bottles we've been seeing. Yeah, I see some tubes. I don't see, you know, the things that made them, but no, I think that they're tubes, like worm tubes of some kind. I just haven't seen any worms yet.
Some of this looks like debris that's been blown in.
Huh. What's this thing? Looks like some more debris of some kind. Just can't tell what it is yet. Oh yeah, plastic bag.
That looks man-made. Certainly, we have not seen as much of this kind of debris on the seafloor thus far in the Gulf as I thought we might. But this is clearly man-made debris. Looks like it's encrusted. There's something, well, maybe up near the top.
Yeah, there's some, looks like Venus flytrap anemones on the top there, wafting around with the bag.
Plastic does not degrade rapidly on the seafloor.
And Mike says maybe an echurine below the bag. Is that kind of, you know, mucusy looking thing? We saw one of those earlier in the dive. See, now it would be to the right of the bag, I think. I wonder what's in there. I mean, there's something there weighting it down, this bag.
We're not going to find out. Yeah, we can move on. Thank you. There's a pretty good sized burrow right in front of us there. It resembles a little bit of what we were calling tilefish burrows on earlier dives during this expedition. Some burrowing, pretty featureless seafloor. Got some bigger burrows in the foreground there on Little Herc. In the past, where we've seen them elsewhere, they have looked like crab burrows. Yeah, we can get a zoom there.
I don't know. Doesn't look like an animal, though. Just an object.
We need to remember that in this area there have been outcrops of asphalt. I'm not saying that's what that is, but it's a dark object that could be.
Right, I was thinking that too. It looks like thin.
Yeah,
flat piece of
asphalt
something.
could be quite light. Pieces of it like that,
Sure.
flaky type pieces, could be quite light. We may see more of that on the dive. In fact, I expect we will.
It seems like, I don't know if these other holes have similar things in them. Maybe they just have other things. I think
Yeah.
that might be sargassum right there.
Going by. Some relatively large mounds here. Left of the view of Little Herc. Water depth right here is 1,163 meters. We are going up and over a small saddle in the seafloor. We've gone uphill a little bit, and now it looks like we're going downhill a little bit towards waypoint 2. So, fragment of biology, I think.
Yeah, maybe a piece of one of those sea pen skeletons.
Yeah.
Looks sort of like that.
Yeah, some kind of a tube. Looks like a different kind of shrimp there. We've seen these blood red shrimp. That looks like a, is it a shrimp?
Yep.
It's like a different, certainly a different colored shrimp.
It is a different kind.
We get a
Bob Carney
zoom there,
was
gentlemen,
always
if we could, please.
identifying these, but I can't remember the name of them. Oh.
Oh, we were going to get a zoom on him. There's one that looks remarkably like him, if not the same one.
Right.
Sometimes our biology is quite accommodating of our close looks, sometimes not. And lasers on, gentlemen, please. Ten centimeters, about 4 inches, so that's a pretty good sized shrimp there. Very nice. He's being quite accommodating. You could say that shrimp is in the pink.
Some interesting
if you were so inclined.
morphology on its carapace.
Fantastic, very nice, very attractive looking organism.
Right, we keep approaching these pits and mounds, and then just some kind of debris.
Yeah, that looks man-made as well.
Yep, looks like another bag maybe.
It's worth pointing out that we are in an active prospecting area in the Gulf of Mexico here. I'm not saying that that's a direct reason for the debris that we're seeing, but we are seeing. We had multiple rigs around the ship this morning. Yeah, I think we can. I think we can go, gentlemen, please.
Oak Farms. That was eggnog. Did you see that label on there?
Looks like a crab in the middle distance there. Crabs we've seen this morning have been quite mobile, facing us down, a little more challenging than occasionally they are. Lasers, please, gentlemen. We can move on. Yeah, another example of one of those larger depressions that we're seeing periodically. And a big burrow there in front of us. That's pretty good sized. We could take a zoom and kind of look down that burrow. That would be good. Roger that. Well, that's good. That's fine. You can go ahead. Got something linear on the seafloor. Not sure what that is. Can we get a little bit of a zoom on that, guys? That looks man-made to me, but I don't know what it would be. It's got something on the end, one end. It is man-made. It's something.
Zip
It's a
tie?
board.
I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Zip tie.
That's
yeah,
a zip
wire
tie. That's exactly what it is. Okay. Boy, it's an awfully long one. There's a piece of oil field equipment, close up and personal. And that will be on the seafloor a long time before it degrades. It's a
sure.
very, very long
possibly a
tie.
squat lobster hanging onto the bottom of it.
Our lasers are 10 centimeters long, so that's a meter or longer, that tie. Great, we can move on. Certainly is. It's about the biggest one I've ever seen. Some burrows in the left foreground there that look like crab burrows. About 50 meters now from the base of this flank from our first waypoint, waypoint 2. Can we get a zoom there, gentlemen? Right. I'm not sure what we're looking at there. It's again in a depression.
Nav, is waypoint 2 our active target right now? Okay, thanks.
Again, looks like a bag of some kind, plastic. All right, that's good. Thank you. We've already seen more debris on this dive than we've seen in several entire dives on this expedition in the past, and it may well be because we are in an active exploration area here. Unfortunately, we associate debris on the seafloor.
So we keep seeing these things. And is this what we think might be an echeurin worm? I wouldn't know what they look like.
Seems to be what Katrina thinks at Woods Hole.
Yeah, and Mike Vecchione had suggested that earlier too.
We're about 30 meters from waypoint 2 right now, which is essentially the flank of this large dome. Moving towards it at about 1/10 of a knot. That's about 200 meters an hour. We should be there within the next 10 or 15. ROV activity here has uncovered outcrops of various kinds, carbonate hard grounds, asphalt, and associated biology of a very diverse kind, and we're looking to extend that reconnaissance on this dive. Again, it looks like some debris in a low here that we're seeing in the right foreground of Little Herc. We're zooming in. Certainly some debris. Don't know what the orange substance is. Got hummocky seafloor now. And again, we're rising slowly. One of those depressions in front of us looks less like a burrow than a depression of some kind. Perhaps some kind of a resting trace of an organism. Get a zoom on that feature in the lower left. Not sure what that is. Is it? Yeah, what does, well,
Well, it looks like one of those anemones again, but
certainly
right
encrusted.
next to it.
I'm not sure what.
I don't think it's encrusted. I think the anemone is under it.
Some darker looking marks on the seafloor now. I'm not. They may be associated with burrows. We haven't seen those before.
Right.
Just about at waypoint 2 now. The stern of the ship is almost over it. The trend to our next waypoint after waypoint 2 is almost the same as it was to this waypoint, about 5-degree difference. We'll still be moving to the south and west.
Oh,
Wow.
cute. Yeah, a little polychaete. That's what Bob said. I didn't actually know where he had seen that before. Can see his
That's
little
what-
shiny kite.
That's what the, is that a shrimp though, or is that a polychaete? The blue?
Polychaete.
The blue?
Yep.
Really? Wonderful. Very nice, very nice, very nice spot there. Be interested to see if we see more evidence for those dark burrows. So we are beginning to climb slowly up the northeastern flank of this dome.
Mike, is this one of the fish you want to look at? I think what Mike is interested in is smaller fish. So we know that this is some kind of a rat tail, and what he was saying earlier is that with the small fish, he's not sure what they are because they're small, and there's not a lot known about the early life history of these particular kinds of fish. So for example, we don't really know if the little individuals of these kinds of fish live on the seafloor. Maybe they live shallow. There he goes.
He was interested up to a point.
Yeah. Yeah, zoom in on that little fish if you can. Looks like a tiny fish to me. Kind of looks like a little rat tail, but well, it's hard to say. Very nice. Oh, good. How nice. He's just going to lie on the seafloor there. Yeah. Can we get the lasers on them when you zoom back out? Look how pretty. So can you tell what kind of fish this is, Mike? Looks like he's smiling, kind of. His eyes look different than those other rat tails that we've been seeing, I think. Good job. Kid. There you go. Got the lasers. Oh, and then he gets right close to the lasers. Thank you, fish. So yeah, Mike says that this is a baby rat tail. I think they're a lot cuter when they're babies. Yeah, he's much more cooperative than most of the adults that we've tried to image too. No, it is. He said that's it. Thank you. Yeah, it's amazing. You flew past him and then backed up and he was still there. Thank you. A scallop? Wow. So scallops move by shooting themselves around. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see him moving before, but the pilots said they saw something move by with some purpose. Yeah, it does look like a bellows. Ah.
You can see we are now at a depth of 1155 meters. You can see that we are now on a slope and beginning to work our way up the slope. It presents, it's certainly better for viewing than going down a slope with an ROV, but it does present certain challenges when we begin to move back and forth with Herc while rising. looks like it. We can get a zoom though. It does look like a shell of some kind.
Yeah. I'd say a clamshell, if anything.
Yeah, it's got some mother of pearl inside it. That's great.
Bob says that that other bivalve we were looking at was a scallop similar to genus Amacium.
Okay.
No, it said scallop similar to genus something.
Got a burrow there on the. Oh no, that's one of those burrow. It's one of those burrowing anemone, I think, in the foreground there.
Yep.
Looks like some kind of a trail from a large burrow there in front of us. That has in the past been some kind of crab burrow. We could get a zoom on the burrow. That would be good. That creature's been very busy. I would bet that's a crab. That's a crab burrow of some kind. Sometimes you'll see the organism at the entrance to the burrow. Sometimes not. I don't see him here this time. See the entrance is really quite large, about 4 inches. Now at a depth of 1149 meters, rising now on the lower part of the flank of this dome. Still look. View of Little Herc from Sirius remains very, very good. Seeing excellent view from Sirius Cam today.
I just see some kind of gelatinous mass rolling down right towards that shrimp. The blob. Oh man, it's right on track for that shrimp.
It's the blob. It's great. Unsuspecting. Oh, it's going to miss him, though.
Oh, really?
Moving right on down.
Oh, just a little off.
Now, it's clearly biological, right?
It's anticlimactic. I think so. I don't know if it's a living organism or just a mass of mucus rolling downhill. It's hard to...
That's great.
I don't know what it is.
Certainly gives you a good idea of where the force of gravity is acting, upper right to lower, upper left to lower right there. Yeah, we're definitely... certainly the multi-beam suggests that you're starting to climb a steeper part of the slope now.
Bob says it's a tumbling jelly, so some kind of a jellyfish
Tumbling jelly.
tumbling down the hill.
That's certainly what I would have called it. Roger that. Another suspected crab burrow. We just went over there. You can see the shadow of Little Herc on the seafloor now, backlit from Sirius. I agree with Bob. I think the bottom is a bit more mottled here. See the little mound, and good view of a mound from the Sirius cam, and the close-up of that mound on from Little Herc. It's a very interesting looking feature there. It's quite conical looking. Whether it's debris from digging the mound to the right, the burrow to the right, or not. Coming up on a steeper part of the slope now. Water depth is now 1140 meters. Another one of these mounds associated with a burrow in the foreground. Whether the spatial association means that the mound is from excavating the burrow, but that would seem likely. Burrow's quite deep. There, guys, when you get a chance. There we go. Looks like a squat lobster.
Squat lobsters.
Squat lobster, yeah.
Yeah.
Just holding on for dear life to the side of this dome as it rises. Actually looking for something to crawl around on, but hasn't found it yet.
Yeah, we see these guys around on this regular seafloor, but we see them in much higher abundance on carbonates.
Yeah, he's in transit. He's looking for a place to be on a carbonate. Hasn't found it yet. There was a white object in the background here, guys, that might be worth a look. Might be a shell of some kind. Could, of course, be man-made as well. It looks like a shell of some kind there. Although I'm not sure yet. Yeah, I think it's another one of these, what, serpulid encrusted shells.
Clamshell?
It's certainly
it's a clamshell, just
I
partly
think it's a
buried.
clamshell.
Yeah.
It's just turned away from us. We're not seeing it.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting that we're seeing them here because that suggests that we're going to see perhaps live ones and perhaps upslope from where we are now. That's great. Thank you.
So depression with something sticking out of it. So one of those things is a shrimp, I think. That red guy down in the lower right of the depression. Looking straight at us.
Are those worms perhaps with the coming out of those holes?
Oh, they're coming out of a hole. Is this one of those? Someone help me out. Is this Echeurin proboscis? Is this what they look like?
Four worms with transparent tips, similar to leg 2, according to Bob Carney.
Forearms. All right. Okay.
And it's not an Echeurin, according to Mike
No.
Vecchione. So, but they.
Yeah, I just don't know what they look like.
And they're up there feeding. They're filtering the water for food. Is that what you can assume from this behavior?
Probably. I think that's a little amphipod on there, crawling around on that farther
I
tube.
think that's confirmed by Bob Carney. It's an amphipod. When in doubt, vote Pogo. I'm not sure what that means. But
I think he means pogonophrins, but
there we go.
pogonophrins are a particular kind of worm. I don't think that they really look like this.
It's a great view of that.
Or actually,
of that amphipod crawling along
yeah.
that worm. That's wonderful. Wonderful camera work there, gentlemen.
Actually, as far as I know, pogonophrins are a kind of a dated taxon now that they've redone it. That the taxon doesn't even really exist anymore. It used to encompass a whole bunch of different kinds of worms that aren't necessarily related. So perhaps that's why Bob said that. You just call any tubey little worms pogonophrins.
There you go. Just takes in a huge array of possibilities. Another one of those amphipods, I guess, down near the base.
Yep.
Shrimp in the foreground.
Shrimp trying to get in the shot.
Startlingly red. That's a great shot there with the shrimp in the foreground and the worms in the background. It's wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that those little hairs are part of its sensory
Yeah, I would think
system
so.
here.
You know, sensing vibration, I guess. I guess that's, well, in a low light environment, that's what they have.
Mm-hmm.
Pressure differences, vibration. Incredibly intricate, though. That's great. Fantastic. Wonderful view. This is great. It's a tribute to the power of these cameras that we can get in this tight on these organisms. They're not very big. 10 centimeters are the lasers. The organisms are only centimeters across. It's great, guys. Thank you very much. We are now at a depth of 1136 meters, again on the lower part of the slope of this dome that we'll be climbing for the rest of this dive.
When we were down in the trough, we had started at 1,060 meters.
That's right. Thank you.
Looks like a Venus flytrap anemone. Was it on a little rock?
That's looks like the first evidence for an outcrop that we have here, and that does look like a flytrap anemone.
Looks like another one of those little shrimp over to the right side of the base of the anemone.
And shells, we have shells around it as well.
Right.
It's like more clam shells. So this is some evidence for outcrop at the surface, which we have not seen thus far on this dive.
A little squat lobster poking out from the bottom of that closer, smaller piece of rock.
Yeah, I want to get a zoom on the fly trap and then on the outcrop around it. So we may need to do it once or twice. Yeah, lasers, please, gentlemen. Yeah, it's a wonderful view. Looks like you've got encrusting on the outcrop. Are those worms on the outcrop as well?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and brittle stars.
Oh yeah.
Little ophiurites there.
Yep, we've got brittle stars.
These little white guys are brittle
The up
star arms.
the upper part of the view there.
Bob had noticed the serpulid worm. I think he means the thing on the left side. Right there.
These outcrops tend to be formed in the subsurface, formed from chemical precipitation, and they come up. It gives them a view, a highly pockmarked, eroded view, and then they can be further eroded by encrusting biology on them once they get to the surface. The flank of a rising salt dome is a highly mobile environment sedimentologically. You've got flanking sediments being turned upward by the upward movement of the core salt or evaporite, and so that's what's creating the slope environment that we're on. And so you can get outcrops of a diverse geologic range as we get up to the top, which is where the core salt will be. We know from other ROV dives in this area that salt has been present at the seafloor along with asphalt and hard outcrops. So of carbonate. So this looks like a carbonate outcrop. Looks like another squat lobster there. And, oh, that's a shrimp. That's a shrimp, sorry. Shrimp on the left. And worm encrusted outcrop. Not a very big outcrop. We expect to see more. I'm ready when you are, gentlemen. Some ample staining and modeling of seafloor to the left. Looks like we're getting into a different seafloor environment here. More evidence for staining here. At a water depth now of 1121 meters. Maybe we can get a zoom on the left there, gentlemen. That looks like another small outcrop. Roger that. Now that's interesting. That could be, well, let's zoom in and take a closer look. We know that there are asphalt outcrops here. Anything black on the seafloor is going to be intriguing here from the standpoint of whether or not it is surfacing asphalt in this part of the dive.
Oh, it's all neat. It's bubbly.
Yeah,
like tar.
that looks like tar to me. Yes, it is. I mean, that's tar, so you're seeing actually quite, it looks sticky. It looks like it still has some volatile hydrocarbons associated with it that are escaping. Go ahead. Yeah, I think we should stop.
So we're stopping the ship to look at this more carefully.
This looks like an outcrop that has recently gotten to the seafloor. It looks like there is still some lighter hydrocarbons associated with it that may still be leaking out as droplets from the asphalt, which would be heavier hydrocarbons, which is the black color that you're seeing. We are seeing evidence for droplets at the surface of this. When we zoomed in, we'll look again. We may see actually leakage from this. We haven't seen any yet, but it's possible that we will. Some evidence for encrusting biology here as well.
Yeah, a little polychaete on the
Looks
top
like,
there.
Looks like the asphalt is encrusted with a white material, though, which I'm not familiar with. And perhaps that's salt. You know, it is possible that we are looking at asphalt and salt. Remember, we are looking at a feature that is salt core. The entire feature that we're on is salt core. So that could be, the white material could be salt in addition to
I can't tell what that polychaete worm is there. Bob initially suggested one of those ice worms. However, well, actually, maybe I would agree with that. At first, I wasn't sure that their appendages were quite long enough.
and I suppose this white material could be hydrate as well. So
Right.
it may not be salt, it could be hydrate.
It does kind of has the look of hydrate. I don't know how to describe that.
Well, and if there was an ice worm on it, that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, if we could zoom in. Oh, yeah, I think I see. Right there on the left, you can see some little tiny worms on it, and some long tentacles kind of coming out from back behind it.
Yep.
And those look just like the methane ice worms that
Well,
we
that
saw
would certainly
before.
make sense in association with the black material. And you can see how reflected it. You can see the lights of Herc reflected in the droplets, what we call a botryoidal texture of this outcrop, this bulbous texture of this outcrop. You can see the lights of Herc reflected in it. Shows you how reflective that material is. It's tar. Anybody who's looked down at tar in a barrel or something will know that you can actually see your face in the surface of the tar if it's smooth and a little bit liquid, and that is certainly true here. You can see the lights of Herc. And what we now think is that white material, which may have ice worms encrusting it, is, and I see something that looks like ice worms in the background there, is hydrate.
Looks like a string or something there on the left.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Certainly looks like bubbles are forming on this asphalt, and that one would occasionally escape.
They look like rope or something.
Now, are those
Small
worms?
one.
Are those worms? The thicket of material in the upper left are those?
Well, you know, a lot of this stuff twisting through the upper left looks like, you know, a braided string of some kind or a cord. But
Really? So you don't think
yeah,
it's biological? You think it's debris?
I don't think none of it is biological.
Right. Okay.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, I agree with you. That it looks like there are some worms in the background there, up
I
in
mean,
that
there
cavity.
are things that clearly look like worms, or yeah, worm tubes. But then there's also a lot that clearly looks like a string of some kind. Oh yeah, there's some of those wagging worms up there at the top, kind of flailing around.
Wagging worms. I like that term. Yeah, it's good.
We see those around. We've seen them before. I don't know a more
I've seen
technical
wagging
name for them.
biologists, but I have not seen wagging worms.
And then you can see lots of little copepods swimming around. I didn't even notice them before. Maybe they were sitting around and we disturbed them.
That's great.
That's the little white things, the
But
tiny white things
But
that are
that's a
swimming
good call.
around.
In that cavity there behind that white outcrop, I think is an ice worm. And you got another ice worm there in the upper right. I think we also want to, when we're done here, I think we want to look at these smaller, look like carbonate outcrops flanking this depression. Well, but you can see the lights of Herc in the tar. It's fantastic. It did drip did go out. Yeah, I wouldn't surprise me. Certainly looks like droplets are forming on the surface of this. It's just very thick. It's very viscous. There are the lights of Herc and the reflecting in the surface of this. Remember the story of the La Brea, of the what was the tar baby though? Don't get stuck. Don't get so close that you get stuck.
I'm trying to remember that story.
That story is way before your time.
No, I've heard it or read it before.
I'll Google it. I'll Google it for you.
I can picture the illustrations in the children's book that it was in, but I
That's
can't
right.
remember the
That's right.
story.
There was the tar baby was a Disney cartoon too. That was a Walt Disney cartoon.
Go up. Yeah. So we're trying to get some really good imaging of this asphalt tar thing. And for what I assume is composition, artistic reasons, they want some of the tar without the white, because the white will always be overexposed, yeah? Yeah. Yeah. And we just wanted to take a quick look at some of these carbonate outcrops that are around here, over there on the left. Oh, there's one. There it goes. Yep. Looks like a tube worm there, sticking out of the top of this thing. So another one of those rolling jellies there beside it, maybe. Or a jelly that's just floating there now, not so much rolling. The tube worm looks not alive to me. Yeah, so its tube is going down through the rock. I think it is the same worm. There's some fuzz. Oh, that's, wow, I did not see that guy. So it's a little Melobrachia tube worm. Some kind of fuzz all over it and all over the rocks next to it. Yeah, it looks good. I think there's a little snail there down into the right of it. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Right, I'm not sure what this fuzz is. I was guessing possibly ciliates, but I don't know enough about them to know, really be able to identify them. Oh, there are some tar droplets there in the foreground. That is a good question. Might So the question is, are these tar droplets full of some kind of gas that makes them float, or does tar float? I mean, perhaps that they still have some of the volatiles of other hydrocarbons, oil and stuff like that. We know that oil floats. So ahead of us looks like another little carbonate rock, and maybe a bigger one over there to the left of it. So there's still some smallish rocks. We don't see a lot of, well, we haven't seen any large cnidarians like corals or even very many large anemones. We've seen a couple of Venus flytrap anemones. Right, maybe some more tar back there. It's an interesting shape though. Yeah, a lot of few squat lobsters around here. There's another Venus flytrap anemone. I think maybe a live tube worm there, a little one in the foreground. Some staining around here. Yeah, they do look, these little structures look kind of like little tar chimneys almost. Or streamers, as Bob calls them. Some of them look like they have little droplets on the top. There's some white precipitate on the edge of this carbonate. Could be hydrate, methane hydrate, like we saw earlier. You can see that in the left carbonate there are some shells inside it. That happens a lot, where you have some shell hash in the sediment and the rock actually forms around it. Oh, nice. It's really interesting. Some of those drops seem to be suspended there by whatever that mucus is that's around it on the right. I mean, that one, it's just held on there by the thinnest little strand, but then there's this kind of mucusy stuff all over this tar. Seems to be stabilizing some of those drops. Some of them are completely detached, those ones on the right.
Very nice view now from Sirius of Little Herc zeroing in on these carbonate hard grounds. Water's very clear here. ROV nav, we're going to want to look at the base of these hard grounds, particularly this big pillar in front of us, and then look up at the top. It looks like we've got biology at the base and at the top. Once we get situated, we will zoom in on these on these branching forms near the top of this carbonate hard ground on the left. Still getting situated.
Jamie, this is Bill Shad.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I couldn't be here sooner. I've had meetings all morning. This site actually has outcrops of salt. In the past, several times in the past, we talked about the salt being 1,000 or 3,000 feet below us. In this case, we have a couple spots where the salt is actually outcropping on the sea floor.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of references on this area and have seen that. Haven't seen it yet. We have seen asphalt, liquid as well as solid asphalt, and we've had hydrate associated with that. Not seeing any asphalt here, but we are seeing carbonate high grounds. I expect to see salt as we move our way up the flank of this.
Yeah, I'm not talking about brine. I'm talking about solid salt.
Understand.
Yeah, and from our data, we also would expect to see hydrate in the subsurface as well.
Yep. Well, we've had hydrate at the surface here. May we have the lasers, gentlemen, please? We've had hydrate associated with the asphalt in the first outcrop we saw.
Yeah, I missed it. Sorry.
I think I want to come in tight on the branching form to the right, and then I want to pan left and come in tight on those as well. And Katrina and company in Woods Hole, let me know if I'm getting you what you need.
This is Hui. Could we also have a look at the base?
I'm sorry, Katrina, would you say that again, please?
Would it be possible to have a look at a base?
Yes, we will. We certainly will. As soon as I'll have them pan left and look at the branching structures here, and then I'll come down to the base. Video, when you're ready, we can come out and pan left. Then when you guys are ready, we can come wide, and I want to look down at the base of this outcrop. ROV nav, we may have to swing around here to get at the base. It looks like we're above it now. Yeah, it looks like we've got certainly have a tube worm here at the base. I think we will want to swing around and get another view, though. Certainly, it does appear that we have isolated tube worms at the base of this. We will swing around and get another view from the downhill looking up. Can't tell if that tube worm is alive or not, but we may get a better view when we swing around and see it from the from downhill looking up. Yeah, as soon as you're happy, let's swing around and see if we can see the base from the downhill side. This is the Okeanos Explorer. We're at a depth of a little over 1,120 meters. We're on the northeastern flank of a salt dome. This is dive 10 of Expedition 3 of the Okeanos Explorer visit to the northern Gulf of Mexico. This salt dome is is in an embayment of the Sigsbee escarpment. We have been climbing the lower part of this flank for the last hour or so, and we are looking at outcrops now of carbonate. We have just seen some surfacing asphalt with droplets leaking from them. We're looking at biology associated with these outcrops, and we're continuing to do that. Stay with us. Lasers on?
Yes, please.
Yeah, it looks like a gastropod there in the upper part of the screen. Let's get the lasers on, gentlemen, when you get a chance.
Sorry, actually, could we have a look at that gastropod?
At the gastropod, yeah, do you want to pan left again, guys? There's a gastropod on the sediment. Got a number of those shrimp.
It's a little tube worm there, too.
Yeah, we've seen isolated tube worms here.
Yeah, I think when we were zoomed out more, it looked like there were quite a few here.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that there are clumps of them.
Yeah,
They seem to be isolated, but
yeah.
There we go, Katrina. We're zeroing in on your gastropod here, slowly. Whenever you're done video, we can move on. I want to take a look at that coral outcropping down and to your right, Jeff.
So, Shirley asked for this.
Yeah, before we go, let's pan left. Let's come out a bit. Let's unzoom a bit. And pan left. That's good. Yeah, let's pan left, gentlemen, a little bit. I'm not sure what I'm looking for. Small, white, and branching. Yeah, as soon as we think we've got what we need here, we're going to move on. That's correct. Yeah, 0.1 for the moment. As soon as they're done here.
I see a little amphipod towards the top there of this coral too.
Pilot, this is Dave. Pilot, Dave. Pilot, Dave. Oh, I'm using the wrong mic. Yeah. You hear me? Not even
Halfway?
close. Not even close to halfway.
Gotcha. Yep.
Yeah, roger that. And we don't have 4.5 hours. We've got about, depending on the Pope's dispensation here, we have 3.5 to 4 hours. So we're going to move. I may speed us up. We'll see how we're doing. We'll do 0.1 for the moment.
It's another chrysogorgid.
It is fascinating to me that these beautiful organisms. They are not thick on these outcrops. There is one at the last set of outcrops and one here, but not many.
So the scientists at Hui are really. I think it was another shrimp there inside that one.
Yeah, clearly the shrimp might be using it for protection. Yes. Of us here, fascinating structures. Hard not to believe that a deep, that an organism of some size made that feature. ROV nav, I'm going to crest if we can get up there and do it. If we have to extend the dive to see some really spectacular images, we will do so. This is the
Looks like
Okeanos Explorer.
A little sea pen there. Definitely a little octocoral.
Perhaps get the lasers on, guys. And you said these are octocorals?
Yeah. So, based on the speaking in the chat room, I think that this kind is the Penatulacean kind, and the other one, they weren't sure if it was in that same family or if it was in Acididae. And Acididae is bamboo corals, and I think that that white one that we saw earlier, I could kind of see some little dark marks in the skeleton, which is what bamboo corals have that.
Yeah, and we've seen, I saw those in the med too. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yep.
Like their skeleton looks like bamboo, basically.
This one really seems like it's waving around in the current too. It seems a little less stiff than the other one we looked at.
Yeah, that white one seemed to be a lot stiffer, and so this one might have very little of a structural skeleton, or at least a less stiff one than the other kind.
That's great. Thank you, gentlemen. And lasers can come off. Some of these features are cored with a lot of salt, some with not very much salt. But a lot of it's being motivated by gravity. And as Bill says, a lot of it is remobilizing sediment that was in the cap rock, younger sediments above the core of this salt that are now also cascading seaward.
A ring of burrows with a mountain in the middle of it.
Yeah, now somebody mentioned that before, as you have, Aaron, as we don't actually know what these are.
That's right. I don't know what makes them.
Yeah, very nice.
Hey.
I forgot. I was done on mute.
No, it's not open. Sorry.
Could move around. End up in depressions.
Looks similar to what we saw
Certainly
earlier.
looks like what that is. Could be a piece of asphalt on which squat lobster has decided to
It's like they latch on to anything hard, even if it's small, even if it's like a zip tie, like we
Yep.
saw earlier. Not that that was small necessarily, but. Hi, he's waving to us, I think. Oh yeah, I would say so. Given that these lasers are about 10 centimeters apart, it does look less than 2 centimeters large, that little squat lobster. Another sea pen, another bottle. Brown this time. I don't know what kind that is. Not a Heineken bottle, this one.
We get a zoom on that right in front of us, guys. Is that a carcass of something? That looks like it may be a carcass of something or debris. It could be a carbonate hard ground outcrop though too. Yeah, maybe we can get a little tighter zoom on that. Yeah, it looks more like an outcrop now than anything else. Small outcrop. Doesn't look encrusted. Yeah. That's great. Thank you. Yeah, there are some local increases in the slope as we get up towards the upper part of this feature now. Right. Yeah, there are shoulders. I don't know that what we'll see in terms of actual outcrop. Yeah, if we can get a zoom on that guy, that'd be great. Looks like a crinoid, and that Bob Carney has just confirmed that that's a crinoid. We're going to want to zoom that. Lasers, please. That's an ancient organism. There was a time in Earth history where they were one of the more common organisms in the oceans, but now they're restricted generally to the deep ocean. And then we're going to want to zoom out and take a look at the whole organism. Yeah, pan up. There we go. Perfect. Wow, I think that was a squat. That was a squat lobster moving fast. That was about as fast as I've seen one of those guys go. That's great. Thank you, gentlemen. We are now at a depth of 1,050 meters, and we're about 575 meters from our waypoint 3, which is at the crest of the feature that we're climbing right now. This is Okeanos Explorer. This is dive 10. We are on the flank of a salt dome in an embayment of the Sigsbee Escarpment in the northern Gulf of Mexico. We are looking for outcrops here and interesting geology. This is a reconnaissance dive. This is ocean exploration, so stay with us. This is the Okeanos Explorer. That looks like line of some kind there. Yeah, well, I don't know if it's garden variety. It looks pretty heavy duty. Big garden. Yeah, that's certainly what that looks like. We will move on. Got another pink shrimp there in the foreground and some burrows, and looks like the odd bivalve shell. Looks like clam shells. We've seen those. We have not seen any living clams on this dive thus far, but we have seen shell. It suggests that we're either bringing these bivalves up, bringing them downhill from up closer to the top of the dome, or from somewhere in the subsurface. But it's possible that they're coming down from by gravity. As the dome rises, they're coming down by gravity, and we may see evidence for living bivalves as we get closer to the top of this dome. Another one of these sea pens that we have imaged earlier. Looks a lot like the one we first imaged this morning when we got on the seafloor. There are multiple kinds of these apparently, but we have imaged at least 2 different kinds on this dive. Now at a depth of 1,044 meters and at a distance of 550 meters from the waypoint, and less than that from the top of the crest of this feature, probably on the order of 500 meters, perhaps slightly less. to the top of this feature. Top of this feature is at a water depth of around 950 meters. Yep. Well, we saw some of these the other day and thought they might end up being what they call tilefish burrows. We did see a fish in one of them. Pretty impressive. What looks to be a crab burrow on the right there. We do have burrows on the seafloor. Haven't seen, except for that spate of outcrops, which were more or less at one level. We have not seen anything other than very, very small carbonate hard grounds. For the most part, this flank has been sedimented, at least thus far. On a pretty steep part of the slope now. We're now at a depth of 1,035 meters. I think we have imaged it before on this dive. I think it's what they're calling a cusk eel. Roger that. I am corrected. It is a cutthroat eel. And Mike, if we see another one, I know that you wanted to get a zoom on that. I apologize if we did not get you a zoom, but we will be glad to the next one we see. Variably burrowed seafloor on this, on the flank of this dome. Pretty continuously sedimented. We have seen small outcrops, but really not very much. Let's get a zoom on this boy, whatever it is. Looks like could be man-made, could be wood. We will stop and get a little quick look at this. Looks to me like wood or bamboo or something. Yeah, maybe we can get a zoom on that fellow on the left. Woo. Yeah, there's that squat lobster finding a place to hang his hat, and it does appear to be wood. Is it bamboo? It looks like it might be bamboo. Or a cane, yep. Amazing. Amazing how they find a place to hang out. Sure. That's great, folks. Let's move on. Thank you. And lasers off, please. You're now at a depth of 1,023 meters. Continuing to move up this slope. Now less than 500 meters from the top of this feature. Continue to see these oblong depressions that we think may be predation or feeding traces from whales. even here below 1,000 meters. Some small staining in the seafloor. Seeing some backscatter ahead of you here on Sirius. I don't know whether that's just slope or... Oh yeah, we got something here. Let's take a look at this guy in front of us. This could be hard ground, I guess, or it's very dark. I don't know. It could be asphalt. Well, that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I think we want to stop here and take a closer look at this guy.
Those little red things look like those Anthomastus octocorals.
Yeah, I think this is an asphalt outcrop with encrusting biology. We have stopped the ship. We're going to take a closer look.
It's a pretty cool looking anemone. I don't know what kind that is.
They call that the cool anemone. And it's very cool because it's on a black outcrop. You don't see black outcrops that obvious. Sometimes you do in basalt, but this is, other than basalt, this is as black as it gets. And get biology encrusting on hydrocarbons, pure hydrocarbons. It's a pretty interesting, very photogenic looking.
Some squat lobsters. Oh, I hardly find any solid things without squat lobsters, seems like.
We saw one run by. You were out of the van, but it
Really?
ran by. Oh, it ran by.
Ran?
It ran, and I kid you not. It ran by like it was being chased by a big squat lobster.
I've never seen one run before. I see them swim backwards with their tails.
It was running, and the fact that it was downhill was good, but it was moving.
Oh, cool.
But watch this guy. Watch this guy. Got a nice view of these octocorals here. That's got a shrimp on it, I guess. And that's asphalt underneath it. Fascinating.
Yeah, you can see that little brittle star leg there. Oh, and there's there's the one leg, and there's one towards the bottom too.
A pink shrimp on a red octocoral. Otherwise, it would be, except for its black eyes, almost invisible. Yeah, that's great. We can come back. Let's take a look for at the larger anemone to the right. Squat lobster there. Squat lobster is brushing his teeth. And we want to take a look at that anemone to the right as well. Wow. Beautiful. I haven't seen one like that before.
I think I've seen one before, but I don't know what they are.
Amazing. And then, gentlemen, I think we want to pan around this outcrop if we can, get these organisms from a couple of different perspectives. Dave? This asphalt would be hydrocarbons originally that had oil and gas mixed with them, flowed up and perhaps pinched out against this dome in a structural closure, then either got near the seafloor or began to leak like lighter hydrocarbons away, gas and oil. We saw some evidence for oil associated with the asphalt earlier, and what's left is the tarry residue. Those of you who've seen tar, perhaps road tar heating up in the heat of the day, will get a feeling for this. I mean, if we heated this up, it would turn back into a liquid, but at these temperatures, 4 and 5 degrees centigrade, it is definitely a solid. And we're not seeing anything in the way of liquid hydrocarbons associated with it as we did on the earlier outcrop today. It's acting as a solid, acting as a rock. It's coming up. You can see that it's long and linear. It's come up along a crack between, or a fissure between two rocks. It's a liquid after all when it moves, and then now it's no longer a liquid. It's acting as a rock. But you can see that some organisms are finding it quite comfortable as a substrate, something to attach to. That anemone is fantastic. That white one. Wow. Yeah, that's great. I'm ready, gentlemen. Whenever whenever we want to move on. That was a good job. Yeah, great. No, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to get another view of this anemone and the white anemone, that'd be great. Get a good sense now of the steepness of the slope behind this outcrop and how the outcrop sits at an angular variance to the slope. Yeah, if you want to get a zoom there, it'd be great. All righty. And we can move on, gentlemen. Thank you very much. We are now at a depth of 1,016 meters, and we are now about 470 meters from our third and final waypoint of this dive, and then we will, when we get up on top of this feature, we will survey around the crest. Get a little zoom here, guys, whatever this is. Looks like, boy, it looks like a small outcrop.
Yeah, I think a little anemone on it.
Yeah, looks like another anemone, a very small outcrop of carbonate, looks like. Boy, a lot of different types of anemones, aren't there?
Yeah, at first I was wondering if it was a small Venus flytrap anemone, but it's not the right shape. It's the same color.
Yeah. It certainly
So I
looks,
think it might be yet a different kind.
pretty different than the white one we just saw.
Right. We haven't seen any of those other white ones that we'd seen everywhere.
Next to the brine pool, next to the brine river the other day, I haven't seen any of those
Yeah.
those small stalked anemones.
The ones we saw, yeah, and they were all over the shipwreck. And
Right.
Yeah.
Did we get lasers on any of that, gentlemen?
a lot of different carbonate morphologies too.
They're
That's my
less
impression.
shingled looking. They're less flat. They're more nodular. Yeah, I agree. That's great. Thank you. Lasers off, please. That looks like another small outcrop there. Yeah, I think we can move on from that one. In hopes of netting bigger fish. Looks like multiple small outcrops. Looks like we're getting multiple.
Right, maybe these are little ones that rolled down the hill and the bigger ones are up top.
Could be.
It's like you see boulders at the base of giant mountains, perhaps.
Well, certainly gravity has an impact on this. And a lot of these rocks will surface as the dome rises. And then as they surface, they'll roll off the edge and come downhill slowly. And that's what's happening. Those don't look, they're not encrusted, so they may not have been at the surface very long. Gathered no moss. Yeah.
Looks like another one of those chrysogorgid corals.
And some more anemones down low.
And is it on a carbonate or is that
can
an
we
asphalt?
get a zoom on that, gentlemen, please? Lasers on. It's a nice, very photogenic little outcrop.
And some more of those Anthomastus, I think, the little red things. There's something associated with this coral.
I say I'm just fascinated that that coral there is so encrusted and the one next to it has nothing on it.
Yeah, there's a sea pen. Yeah, there are, could be 4 different corals, if that one in the background is different too.
And is that another shrimp in the middle
I
of that
think
one?
it's a crab.
Oh, it's a crab in that one.
And
They do like to kind of hang out inside those gorgids. And the pink is are anemones. Yes, the deep pink. Oh, those are octocorals. Those are octocorals.
yeah, that's those Anthomastus.
But then the white one in the back is a different.
Yeah, we think it's different, so we're gonna have to look at that one.
Can we pan around, guys, and look at the one in the back after we're done here, the white one?
Oh, and what are those? Can we look at those things off to the left first?
If we have to, let's do it. If we have to, let's stop.
Actually, I think those are more little sea pens, perhaps. Yeah, that's right. Chirostylid is the crab.
No, I think we want to look at this one. Want to pan around this one first.
Yeah, this one little rock has a surprising diversity of corals. Something else sticking out of the left side here.
Hello. Yeah, that's really incredible, the way that one is encrusted with a variety of things. It's really quite photogenic, that one. Oh, and one just popped in. One of those organisms just went inside the rock. Was it?
What? Where? Which one?
One of the orange ones down at the base.
Oh, okay, one of those anemones down there, huh? That's pretty neat. They can.
Didn't like stardom. Didn't like stardom. Now it's coming back out slowly. You can see it. Yeah, we'll want to get a zoom on that white one on the left there when we get situated.
Yeah, the white one, and then there's some little red ones in the foreground, in the middle, and on down to the right at the base. Which I think those are the same, so just one is fine. I think some solitary corals. Oh, can you look at the red one in the middle? Like, you know, down into the middle, not on the top of it. Does anybody know what this one is? See, this looks different still from the other ones that we've looked at. And I think I saw some solitary corals there too. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different kinds of coral in here. 5. So a tiny little hermit crab right there. Oh, cute. Yeah, I think that's the same kind as the one we just looked at. This guy seems to have a lot of sediment on him. Oh, okay. I didn't know if that was his normal condition. Yeah, there's the one that got scared. Maybe. Whenever video is done getting good shots, we're ready to move on. Yeah, I think I see some solitary corals, Caryophylla. These little, they're really little, like one polyp at a time. It's another one of those red ones. That looks like a bigger version of the little tiny ones we were just looking at. If we get a quick look at this one, it'll help us to identify the other ones better. Yeah, this one is, it's right next to the others. So we determined that there are probably at least 5 different corals in that little rock there, and then a little orange anemone. So, I say this one looks like a Swiftia coral. Yeah, it looks like there's an ophiuroid, or I could be wrong about that. Yeah, there's an ophiuroid there at the bottom. I thought I saw some with their legs wrapped around the branches of this coral, too. Can you get a look of, see that white thing in the upper right of the screen then? Yeah. There's another one in the upper, maybe that one's easier to look at. I think they're the same thing. See on the upper left, way out on a branch. So they suggest placophorans, which are a kind of a mollusk, like a primitive mollusk. But I've never seen one like this. I've never seen one this long, I suppose. Yep, good, thanks.
Excellent, excellent, gentlemen. So if we are we done here? If we are done, we can move
let's
on.
move on.
Thank you. Very nice assemblages there. That's, as I understand it, what we were after is looking for habitats like this as we work our way up towards the top of this feature. We're at 990 meters now, less than 400 meters from our waypoint, and certainly less than 400 meters from the crest of this feature, so we're working our way along. We have at least an hour and a half left in our dive today. This is, we're negotiating, depending on what we see. So we should have enough time to get to the top of this feature and look around as well.
I wonder what that little tiny fish is. I think it looked a little different than the one that we imaged earlier. Tiny halosaur. That guy was a little too swift. Not quite as cooperative as the other one, I don't think. Yeah, I think so. It's a little. Yeah, if you can. Actually, what do you think, Mike? Yeah, it's hard to see because he's not in the light, right? Thanks for trying, though.
ROV Nav, can you zoom out for me for a second on HiPAC and let me just see where we are?
Mike did think that it looks like a tiny halosaur.
I think when we get within the area of that crestal area, we're going to want to slow the boat down. We may even stop a couple of times and do a pretty good look around.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right.
What kind of fish is this? Is this a cusk eel? This look different than the other ones. I think maybe because he's beat up.
That's what has been called a cusk eel in the past, I think. Yeah, he's good sized, that one.
He just seems to have a lot of scratches in his
just
skin.
looks like a science lead of an Okeanos explorer expedition. Got scars, been chewed at. He has a kind of a jaundiced look to it, doesn't he? He's a fish that's seen everything.
Wow, look at all those scratches.
He's a survivor. He's been chased, chewed, cussed at, and look, I think he has a little piece out of his tail as well. Another one of these large depressions on the left, a burrow in the center, another burrow on the right. Is that one of those cutthroats?
Halosaur.
Halosaur? Okay. Let's try to get a zoom on this fellow while we have him. Well, we may not have him, but
Oh, actually, so Mike thinks neither. Neither cusk eel nor, or cutthroat eel, that is, or halosaur. That's right, those halosaurs have, I think their fin is more on the bottom. It's kind of flag-like like this. But this one seems to have more fin on the top. I think that's
yeah, it's amazing.
the difference.
Huh? Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly giving us a nice 360 of itself.
Right. Should be able to identify him. Key him out a little later. Can't do it now.
That dorsal fin is amazingly feather-like. It's
Yeah.
That's great, guys. Nice work. Really nice. That looks like the Pope.
There's his little face.
No, it's not the Pope. That was my mistake. Great. Thank you. That was great. It's like a rat tail there. Yes.
Yeah, see, their eyes look kind of, just look bigger and darker. That little baby one had more, I don't know.
Yeah, well, we saw a
Or
lot that
human-like
looked
eyes.
exactly like that in the Med.
Yeah.
The more triangular-looking snout. They were very common in the Mediterranean. Saw a couple of different kinds. One had a narrower snout than that, and then that one. They were all over the Med. Didn't see the eel-looking ones quite so much. Another bottle. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, thank you, Celia. Kings play chess on folding glass stools. Kingdom, phylum, class, order.
That's a good one, but that's
Family.
not the one I remember.
Genus, species, so
It's
not
the one. It's not the one I remember.
Okay.
There was another one I had, but well,
There's
that's
another glass
so
bottle.
much for
Green
pilot.
one.
Now that's another rat tail here. This
Tripod
one.
fish. They think.
Yeah, we saw those in the Med. Those were.
Oh, actually, this is a rat
Oh,
tail.
that's a
this
rat
looks
tail.
a little different. It's
It's a
got
little different looking
some
one, though.
little
It's got a much,
appendages coming off
and
there.
it's got a different kind of tail than the other one. I mean, it's a rat tail, but it's a different kind of tail, different shaped tail, and not as triangular a snout as the
right?
one we just saw.
And yeah, it's got all these.
Spine. It's got some
Barbs
spine.
coming off
barbs.
of here.
Barbs. That's it. That's what I'm looking for. Barbs.
Not.
Much less slope now.
Yeah,
We're getting
so
up on top of this.
when I was
feature
reading
now.
about rat tails, it says that some of them have chemosensory barbels underneath the chin.
Barbles.
I think that one actually is a halosaur. Keep getting confused. I think I know what they are. No, I think that one is. So you can see how that one, oh, well, it swam away, but it didn't have quite as thick of that dorsal fin that went all the way down to the tail as the other guy that
That
we
was
were
the other one?
looking at earlier.
I thought one was a halosaur, and then I was told it was a cutthroat by Mike, though, and I think he wanted to see some cutthroats, so I just wanted to
Right.
make sure that
Yeah.
we gave him, like,
And if I'm not mistaken, and Mike can correct me on this, I think that their faces are a little bit different too. The cutthroats and the halosaurs.
I mean, these fish are pretty cosmopolitan, though. They'll move from seamount to seamount. I mean, you won't see them the way you see orange roughy,
What is this thing?
where they're living on one high their whole existences.
This looks like a normal fish.
Looks like is it a shrimp or? But that might.
No, I think it's a fish, and it has, you know, regular fish tail.
It absolutely is a fish. Wow, it's interesting.
In the deep sea, we really seem to get the fish that have diminutive little tails, not those regular, you know, kind of forked tail at the end. Oh, there he goes. Mike thinks that might have been a lanternfish. So lanternfish have.
They have the swim bladders, don't they?
Yeah, they have a spot in their body where they have chemoluminescence.
Yeah, and don't they move up and down? Don't they move a lot in day and night? These lanternfish.
I
thought they were
so.
in vast schools, though. I thought they moved up and down with a. Wow, look at that. It's great. Whoa. Whoa. It's
pretty cool.
It's a sea monster. There we
This is
go.
the shrimp boat that
Can we get the lasers too, guys, when you get a chance?
we see kind of rowing through the
That's beautiful.
water, kind of undulating those feet there.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so yeah, Mike confirms what you said about lanternfish. Most are midwater vertical migrators. They migrate up and down.
See, that course I took back in the early 70s at Woods Hole was not totally wasted on me. Almost, but not completely. That's a beautiful shrimp. Dinner-sized, our pilots say. Fine sensitivity. Beautiful, beautiful. We have gotten more or less on the top of this feature now. We may still see some topography, but we are pretty much at the top of this dome now. We're in a water depth of 956 meters. We're still moving south and west towards waypoint 3, which is still at a distance of about 240 meters from us. But we will be crossing terrain like this. Wow, look at that. That's great. Now is that, what do they call that one? Fantastic.
I think that one is a pycnogonid,
It was right on the tip of my tongue.
a sea spider.
Well, that's what I was going to call it. It was a sea spider. I haven't seen one of those here, though, so far.
No, I haven't seen one personally here either.
Fantastic.
Or a really weird creature.
Did we get lasers on this one, guys? We shall. Wow, that's great. Fantastic. That is just amazing, that thing. It's like something off another planet. And it is another planet. The deep sea in the Earth is another planet. We've explored so little of it, we might as well be on another planet. That's great. Thank you. That was wonderful. ROV nav, we can come down to 1/10 of a knot now. There's one of those big depressions here. You know, this is not burrowing. This is disruption of the seafloor by a large organism. Or
organism?
it could be collapse. Now that I'm thinking about it, we want to take a look around here a little bit. This could be collapse at the top of this feature by, if you remember the cave in the earlier dive we did, caused by dissociation of hydrate. This could be a collapse associated with the top of this dome. I'm not seeing any caves or anything associated with it. I do see a burrow on the far side, but we should be alerted to this kind of thing as we're at the top of this feature. You could get dissolution related to salt dissolving at or near the surface, or hydrate outcropping, and we should be on the lookout for that. I don't see that here. There's always a possibility that it is also another one of these disturbances related to what we've been calling whale predation marks. Doesn't look quite the same though.
No, hard to say. It was kind of
It was more circular,
around.
yeah. Less of a ditch.
And it certainly had burrows in it, but those could have come later.
I think probably did. It's got a holothurian-like track behind it, and I see another track crossing at another angle, which is a pretty good indication of another holothurian out of the view here. The first holothurian, I think well, maybe not the first, but it's close to the first one we've seen on this dive.
Right, Bob has been thinking that he saw holothurians, as soon as he'd say holothurian ? But this one, for sure.
They're such distinctive-looking creatures, holothurians.
They're distinctive, and yet they can have such variability in their morphology. So this one's kind of the fat white kind that spends its life on the seafloor. And then there's this other purple kind that can swim around, and they look really pretty remarkable when they're swimming.
Well, we saw a lot of different, of the ground-dwelling varieties, we saw a lot of different colors and shapes in the med.
Yeah.
So pink ones, brown ones, gray ones, sediment-colored ones, white ones. They were all over the place.
And there's some really skinny purple ones that we
There were
see
skinny
around
purple ones.
mussels.
Right, and
stuff,
we saw a lot of different kinds of the med, particularly in the eastern med. Now, I'll bet you've done a lot of boring holothurians. They have pores, don't they, though? They look like they have pores. They must be sensory organs of some kind, yes? Those pores along the, look like, I think so. They're along the edge. They must be sensory organs of some kind. Onward.
I don't know that these kind of sea cucumbers are capable of quick movement.
Yeah, but I mean, they disgorge their entire insides when forced to move fast? I've heard that they can literally almost turn themselves inside out when they have to move on.
Very interesting.
Yep. All right, another rat tail. Ricardo Montalban. That always wanted a name like Ricardo Montalban. What do we got here?
Two crabs?
Is it two crabs? I certainly see.
One crab.
Yeah,
Okay. I thought I heard somebody say a couple crabs.
I think
Gotcha.
it's a crab with encrusting organisms. Oh yeah, maybe so. Maybe so.
Two crabs. I thought there was too many legs. I wasn't sure if it was a trick of the shadows. Mating crabs. This is how we get more little crabs.
A crab convention.
How nice.
Turn the lights off.
Oh yeah, they are holding hands. On the,
Now, see, now we got a little defensive posture going here now.
See one claw there. The crab's right claw holding onto the right claw of the bottom one. I'm assuming here that well, I think it's a pretty safe assumption. The top one is the male one. Clearly bigger.
But that's not always true in nature, right? Often the female is bigger.
Often, yes. I think it's the male because he's on the top, but
Certainly.
right. I've never noticed particularly that black coloration. I don't know if that's a gender trait of these crabs or not. Or Bob says bacterial lesions. Is that the black things?
There we go.
Oh.
Leaving them to their privacy, we now move on across the top of the.
Yeah, chitin infecting bacteria. Okay, cool. Or not so cool for that crab, perhaps, but.
I wonder if they know. Probably don't know.
Wonder if they get rid of all of that bacteria when they shed their chitinous exoskeleton, or if some of it just stays there.
Bob may know. Bob, that's a good question. Do they lose these bacteria when they lose their exoskeleton upon molting, or do the bacteria just move to the new exoskeleton? Well, there you go.
Not sure.
Get a solid question mark on that one from Bob. That'll teach you to come up with some facts. We'll ask you a question you don't know the answer to. We're perfectly capable of asking questions no one knows the answer to.
That's true.
Oh, Mike, we've got a squid in the view. Let's try to zoom. Well, he may not help. He may not let us. Remain.
Seemed surprised to run into the seafloor there.
Remain calm. Now, it would be really fun if a whale came by and
then we could
nailed that squid while we were watching. That would be pretty fun.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that would be a highlight reel.
Yeah. Well, because we see these sperm whales on every dive, we don't know for sure what makes them. And yes, correct you are, Bob. There is plenty of biology around, just
No biology
Sea
related to that
biology.
circular depression was
Right.
what I meant.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Wow, that's an interesting looking squid right there. That's a different animal than the one we saw the other day, the big red one. This is it's a big squid though.
It's pretty neat how he just kind of reverses, goes in both directions.
And we're just going to see now if this huge cloud of dust that we threw at it is going to affect it at all. Dave's checking to see if, in fact, it's a Middle Eastern squid and is used to dust storms.
See if squid has yeah, an aversion to dust.
Wow, fantastic. A great view of it from the Sirius cam. You get a feeling for how big it is when you look down at it from above. It's really quite a big squid. Squid's almost as wide as little herc. And he's definitely quicker, but you're good. You're good, Dave. You're giving us a good view here.
It's so funny. He keeps drifting. Yeah, he's drifting toward the seafloor, and then he's just I was surprised
According to Mike,
hit
they
it.
get up to 4 meters long, and they've only found them in this area recently.
Oh yeah, you could see that. You could see a really quick color change there.
4 meters long. Wow, 4 meters. I'm glad we didn't get a 4-meter one. I don't know that I would be. Might have been a little nervous up here. 4-meter one.
Cephalopods can do this. Octopuses and squids can change their color quite rapidly. It's pretty remarkable.
Is he getting lighter colored now? Is he? That's fantastic. That is one. Beautiful. That squid is being remarkably forthcoming with us on allowing us to film him. It's a great job, Dave. Keeping him in the view like that's wonderful. Mike, Mike, have you got enough here? We probably need to start moving on a little bit. If are we on a ship stop, or are we? We're still moving. Oh, all right. Okay, sorry about that. We'll keep watching them as long as we're making a little progress here. I think we're.
That's fine.
I think
That
we're
was good.
probably ready to move on, but that was a wonderful show. Thank you, guys. That was great.
A little hermit crab.
Maybe that's why that squat lobster was moving so fast before. He was being chased by one of those guys. That is a spectacular creature. Ah, wonderful. Yeah, well, fantastic. Really, really great stuff. Yep, seeing some outcrop here on the right. We're going to want to stop for this, guys.
Look like a fairly sizable rock. See some faint corals, I think, coming into focus here.
Yeah, this will be entertaining.
Or fish, not corals. This is what you call frogfish. They look frog-like.
Wow, that's amazing. Look at those.
There are some corals. It's just not what I thought were corals initially.
Is that what they call them? Frogfish?
There is something called frogfish, but I would have to get a confirmation from someone else.
That's
if I would be
amazing.
sure.
I've never seen anything like that. That's incredible. I would have thought they were encrusting corals until we got quite close, and then I would have been scared out of my mind that they weren't. Aliens.
You know, if these are the same kind of fish that I've seen before, they have a weird face. Like they have really, their eyes have whites in them, and they have a weird grin on their face.
Well, that's what they look a little bit like what I've called goosefish, but I don't think these
Right.
are goosefish. The one on the left looks like a goosefish. The one on I've never seen these
Could-
feet that they've got, though. That's a really interesting looking set of fins on the forward part of what. But they're only attractive to each other, is really what. Seen fish like this called goosefish, but.
Yeah, this Katrina said the same thing, and Mike Vecchione says that these are deepwater benthic anglerfish or
Frogfish, all right. Wow, great.
You know, they might have two common names. I'm not really sure.
No, I think
This
these are not. They're quite the same as what I've called goosefish.
Okay.
Because I don't think goosefish are the deep water variety. And they don't have these fins.
Okay.
They're basically standing up. These fish. And they've got that little tickler up on and I think that's how they get prey. They actually. I think that luminesces, and I think they can draw smaller prey in with that, and near their mouth, and then it's all over.
Yeah. Okay, so Katrina sent me. They do look really similar. So she sent me a picture of a goosefish, and actually, this is the one where I was thinking their eyes are kind of
Right.
like kind of strange, but these are different.
Wow, fascinating. Now these fish are great, and we're going to want to pan around them, I think, guys. But we're also going to want to look more completely at this outcrop for other things as well. I see a squat lobster down low on the left. We've got scattered bivalves on the right. They look dead, but we want to look at the base, around the base of this as well. So they are calling that. Right. Yeah, we can get a zoom on that coral when you get situated, and we've got a fair number of dead
Yeah,
bivalves around the base of this.
some shells. Yeah.
Another coral there.
Right, that's that chrysogorgid kind of coral.
Chrysogorgid.
I wonder what that purplish stuff there is too. That might be. Yep. Lots of those little orange anemones and lots of, or quite a few little squat lobsters. A couple of different colors of squat lobsters.
Now, are those small, those are anemones again, these small
Yeah.
orange buttons?
Yep. Or are those what you call cup corals?
Somebody here, is that a coral cup? Is that what the COR coral? I guess the COR.
Yeah, so I guess I never really wasn't understanding what they were calling cup corals. Perhaps that's what those little orange guys are.
EX, this is Siri. Actually, it'd be good to have a look.
You're breaking up on us, guys.
So if you guys at Woods Hole, we tend to hear you better on the conference call. So if you could talk to us through that.
Now, is that white organism below the gooch fish? Is that an urchin? It's a little bit like an urchin there. Oh, there's another fish down low on the left as well. Or he just came in.
Frogfish, but I think that's an urchin there, a little white thing.
There's another googe fish.
Googe? I don't know where you're getting that word.
Googe fish. Or a frog. I like frogfish.
Frogfish, I'm going to call them.
Maybe it's a frogfish convention. Does 3 make a convention?
Yeah.
That's great.
Okay, so at some point, what Katrina was trying to ask us is if we could, at some point, get a zoom on one of those little orange things to confirm what they are.
No problem. We're going to get you zooms on your corals, too. 2 in the foreground, right foreground, gentlemen. We're going to want to zoom on those. One of the little orange buttons, we're going to want to zoom on that. That's potentially what they're calling a cup coral. We're going to want to look at that. And, of course, who could leave without getting a zoom on our frogfish? Wow. That is something only a mother frogfish would find attractive. Yeah, right of center of your view, one of those small orange. We'd like to set up and get a zoom of one of those if we could, please. An isopod in the hole. Yeah, well, let's do that first, and then we'll pan down. And it looks like an anemone to me, not a coral.
That's what I think it looks like, but I'm
I
an
think-
expert on these things.
But there's an isopod
Yep.
underneath.
Katrina agrees, anemone. I thought it looked similar to those orange anemones we saw on the
I
other.
think we have one of those giant isopods down below, though, in the hollow.
That would be cool.
underneath.
Giant isopods are charismatic in a fun kind of way. Yep, that's definitely one. That's
Wow.
just his tail end
I think that's the
sticking
back.
out.
That's the back
Yep.
of a giant isopod. For those of you who've always wanted to know what the back of a giant isopod looks like, that's in case you're following one in traffic or something someday. There you go. You now know. You can tell your friends that you know exactly what the back of a giant isopod looks like. 10 centimeters across, minimum. Yeah, but nothing. This outcrop is nothing beats the goosefish on this, or the frogfish on this outcrop, for just sheer beauty. The corals to the right, yes, please. I think we should get a zoom there.
I'm a little curious about that yellow crusty stuff in the back too. It might be kind of some kind of
Yeah,
an
we can do that.
encrusting sponge.
We
or
can
something.
do that. Absolutely. We have a plethora of things to zoom on.
Let's see, lots of biodiversity here in this little spot.
And we've seen the chrysogorgid before. Squids rule. Well, Mike wants to. I like squids too. I must say, Mike. As a geologist, their athletic ability is fantastic. These corals do like they host organisms inside them, don't they? They've got another. Is that another shrimp there inside that one?
Yeah, that's
Is it a crab? Oh, it's a squat lobster. Is it a squat lobster?
There's the little amphipod right there. Oh, it is a little crab. You're right. It's got this long.
Yeah, but on the
fins.
right, we've got a big one. On the right, if we pan right, we got a
A little squat lobster. It's very transparent. That one.
pan right. We
And
squat lobster, I guess.
yep,
yes.
that's a squat lobster. That's right. There are these other kinds of crabs that are often associated with some of these corals. What are those called again? Chirostylid crabs. And I think that those are a kind of squat lobster too, but they have those really skinny long arms.
Well, there must be an advantage to being up there, either a safety from predation, or getting up in the water allows them to get a little more food. And Katrina would like to look at the base of the coral at some point, gentlemen, before we leave here.
The one in the background there, it's kind of interesting because it's got some dead parts that are colonized by hydroids. So if we could, it would be kind of interesting to get a good shot of that one too. Yeah, that one. Yep.
So the gray, as opposed to the color, is dead. Is that dead, or is that being encrusted by something else?
Yeah, it's colonized by another kind of cnidarian called hydroids.
I see.
How can you tell that? Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, I agree. Okay. I guess what I was asking is how you know it's a bubblegum coral. Okay. But I don't know. I was seriously just asking.
And you're calling
Yeah.
it bubblegum because of the color.
It almost looks like, I mean, I can't see the base of it, but it almost looks like the whole basal part is dead and the only live parts are farther up.
So that's possible. I mean, the base could be dead and the
Yep.
rest of it is fine.
Yeah, because this is not, it's not a plant.
It's a colonial.
Like it's
It's a colonial organism. Right.
organism. That's right.
Right.
Swiftia is the technical name for that pink coral.
Yeah, to the left and then up a little. Well, you see it. Whoa, there we go. Look at this guy. That is one sweet-looking fish. They look like that's encrusting of some kind. What is that? That be bacteria, bryozoans? I mean, some kind of encrusting.
I think it's a sponge. Because it does look like it has some little pores coming out of it. And once you get a good shot here, I pan over just a little to the right and look at the other sponges over there. Whoa, crab.
Whoa, an intrusive squat lobster.
Or maybe I was wrong. I thought there was some more on the other side. Oh no, sorry. I guess that's good. I mean, I'm happy with that sponge shot personally.
Man,
But
what a wonderful shot
can
of
look at
diversity
whatever's
right there.
next.
Multiple corals, anemones, goosefish, sponges, bivalves, squat lobsters, shrimp. I haven't seen one, but it could be an old tube worm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, there you go.
a tube and yeah, this could be. Can't tell because it's not moving. I don't know if that pink is.
It certainly looks like a tube. You're right.
It looks like a a vestimentiferan tube.
And we have an isopod. We have a lot of different organisms in a small space here.
Some little parasites on there. Oh, your structure on the fish. Oh, okay. I guess you're right. It has those all over, huh? Can you zoom in on those little white structures on the fish?
From this end, it's awfully hard to know what it is. Are they encrusting organisms?
Yeah, kind of looks like. Kind of looks like part of the fish.
Really? Some kind of sensory line or lateral line or something?
Could be. Many of these deep sea fish have really developed sensory organs and lateral lines.
Wow.
That's good. I just wanted to see wanted to be sure they're fish appendages.
We might want to come wide again and take a look around, make sure we haven't missed anything, and then we can. I probably want to pan around this outcrop a bit more and make sure we haven't missed a major feature. Seen a lot of biology here already in a small space. Interesting that we haven't seen any living bivalves. We're seeing dead shell, but not living shell.
Nope, only that scallop.
Right.
Some little cnidarians, it looks like, of some kind on here. Top of that rock.
Yeah, we get clear, Dave. We'll probably come up and pan around to the other side, make sure we haven't missed anything. I just want to take a look around. I'm not directing you to. I want to make sure that I'd like to do a pan around this outcrop. If we have got living bivalves or tube worm clumps, it'd be good to take a look around the base. Wouldn't be a bad place to be looking for them. I mean, there's debris around all these outcrops, so bivalve debris. So it does strike you that there've got to be some living ones somewhere nearby.
Maybe. I think these shells can last here for a pretty long time.
Probably for a long time, yeah.
But we also saw that tube worm tube. It is telling. Thanks, Katie. She is telling us via Rich Bell, or Rich Bell, I suppose, telling us via Katie that these frogfish typically have lots of stuff hanging off of them, lots of frilly camouflage. It's part of their bodies.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Cool, thank you. Another little fish in the foreground. Is that a cuskeel type fish? It's little.
She'd like a zoom. Katrina Wood on that coral dead in front of us. Dave, if you would accommodate us. A lot of bivalve debris here, though.
Yeah, there's a lot. I agree with that. See, clamshells strike me as being, like thicker and heavier. So I wonder if.
Well, I think that's right.
I wouldn't be surprised if they stick around even longer.
And
than
they're shielded.
Muscle ones.
They're
yeah.
shielded. They're covered with organic material that shields the inner calcite from going fast. So it would take them a while. I don't know how long. It would take them a while to dissolve. Now, is this another one of these bubblegum corals?
Well, so biologists say they don't think it's a bubblegum coral, but oh look, this one's got anemones on it. Swiftia, that's what they call this one. Or at least it's what they called the other one. This one has different colored polyps, I think. Yeah, okay. All right, now. This is what this one actually does look like a bubblegum coral. So, pink little orange polyps.
Now there's something in on the coral there. Is that
Look like
another one of these amphipods? I don't know, maybe not. Maybe it's just a part of the coral there.
whatever it is. It does look like there's coral polyps on top of it, huh? Some, these look like, yeah, some kind of brittle stars. I don't know what their deal is. They're very insubstantial. Seems like they're kind of
Boy,
translucent.
that's for sure. More.
Very beautiful. There's some more of those placophorans.
Those are those mollusks you were.
Yeah.
The ancient primitive mollusks.
Primitive mollusks. The same, let's see, not family, but wait. Mollusca phylum, same phylum as cephalopods like octopuses and stuff, and bivalves and snails.
Very photogenic. Those brittle stars just kind of sitting in the middle of them there. That's great. Let's continue our pan around.
Before you get up, could you look really quickly at that brownish, dark brownish stuff down at the lower right?
Yeah.
So now off to the right.
You can pan around right and get it. There you go.
Okay, it's just like a shell and some different colored carbonate.
I'm wondering
looks
whether
like.
there isn't some hydrate in that though. See
That's
see
what I was
behind.
wondering.
That looks a little bit. Well, it could be shell too. It could be shell as well.
When I saw the color, I thought perhaps
Could
hydrate.
be. Could be shell. Could be shell.
I'm not convinced.
I'm not convinced it's not all shell right here.
Right.
That looks like shell. Oh, that could be a tube worm in there. I don't know.
I think it's like a little
Or a little anemone maybe. Anemone,
or
yeah.
pup coral. Or
Yep.
whatever. Okay, that's cool.
Great, guys. Thanks. Pretty colorful stuff. There's a Chaseon crab moving its way across the clam debris looking for a live one.
Our sediment cloud seems to have dissipated here.
Boy, and those fish don't move much, do they? They're perfectly contented. They let prey come to them.
They certainly don't look like fish that are very streamlined for swimming around a lot.
Probably not.
I
No.
just kind of
They look.
get that feeling.
They're loiterers. They've got fins that are adapted for planting.
Yeah. So Catalina says that they're ambush predators, meaning they just kind of
Exactly. Well, they've got
hang
these
out,
little. They've got
wait.
these little fishing rods in front of their mouths that, in the dark, they probably light up.
Lasers, please.
They light up, and before you know it, they've got a meal. Probably move pretty
There we go,
fast when they have
lasers.
to. They probably move pretty fast when they have to. It's a big fish, though. Going to get a zoom on our buddy here. Prove that he is every bit as good looking close up as he is far away. No, that's a great view from Sirius. That is just it really gives you a good sense of the three-dimensionality of the world the little Herc has to live in, with Sirius looking down from above.
Looks like some different kinds of sponges over there in the bottom left.
Yeah, those are sponges, I think, down the.
Yeah.
We'll want to pan down to those after we get this beautiful shot here of this guy.
Actual, I know, sponges with some structure instead of just crusting onto a rock.
There's his fishing rod. See the fishing rod sticking up from his snout there. It probably lights up. It's got. Sometimes they have luminescent bulbs at the end, and they, something else will come in looking for a meal, and he becomes a meal. Yeah, lower left there, down low. You can see one of them right. There's kind of a cup looking.
They're kind of center now, up. Now they're in the top of the screen. Nope.
Up, just about to lose it on the top view. Just on the upper.
No, it's not orange.
No,
it's like white.
Light colored, grayish.
Yeah, kind of
grayish.
Not bright white. And then up a little bit.
Up and to the right. That.
Okay, so you know where we're going now. Yeah. Okay.
Got it. Couple up there are three of them, I think. Or
yeah.
One
yeah,
up
I see
above
three.
too. Certainly looks like a sponge of some kind.
Yes, I would say so. I don't know if those things sticking out of it are just are spicules from the sponge itself or something else.
Something encrusting it, perhaps. There are three of them, I think, in the field of view now, I think. Hey. You still going to get me a zoom on the right, Dave? Well, the lower one or the one on the right? Either one. The lower one, maybe. Well, if Shirley's still around, this is the sponge shot that she's been waiting for.
I think those are spicules from the sponge, just because they're so straight, not branching or anything. Okay.
So did we decide whether or not these are spicules from the sponge itself? Or
I thought they had a good shot. I kind of think they are,
yeah, yeah.
but I don't know that all that much about sponges, just that they have spicules.
Yeah, no, and
Yeah.
that they look like part of the sponge. Now they've got some sediment and stuff on the
Right.
spicules,
And
but
some gunk, and it looks like there's some mucusy gunk all over the place around there, so
yeah,
that could be
but they
from
look like
something else.
They look like part of the sponge. I
Yeah.
agree.
That's good, thank you.
I'm good here, gentlemen. I think we might want to pan around a bit more, but we've done a good part of this outcrop now, and we have a ways to go. So call in whoever that is. Scream for help. We got about 150 meters to go to that waypoint. I'd like to keep working our way over there. It's open-ended. So 1/10 of a knot to that waypoint's still good.
I'm not sure what this is. Huh. Still not sure what it is. Looks like hydroids on it, those little brown branchy things. Well, I mean, whatever that is that's sticking out of the seafloor, it looks solid, but a weird shape. Walrus tusk. It might, could be some kind of a bone. Let's have that appearance. We've seen those before. It's an interesting little crab there. Some different colors on it. Right. That's a different one. He looks frosted. I like these little twitchy things he has. Little appendages that are not, one of them pointing towards us now. Long antennae on that guy. It's the longest I've seen on a crab, I think. Seems to be the, wow, they go all the way out. Oh, there's another one of those crabs.
Yeah, these could be little. These could be collapse features too up here. We just hard to know unless you see something in the base. I'm expecting to see more of those here though. Got about 120 meters or so to our final waypoint, and then we're going to look around for a while. We're doing it. We're doing a 10th now. 0.1, great. Roger that. Another one of these big depressions. Hard to tell whether that's geology or biology. I'll bet you that it's some kind of a predation mark, though. I don't see that as a collapse feature. I believe those are I believe they're either cutthroats or halosaurs. Up on top of this feature now, I've got about 115 or 120 meters to go, another 40 to 45 minutes. We're swinging Herc back and forth. This is the Okeanos Explorer. This is dive 10 of leg 3 in the northern Gulf of Mexico series of expeditions that we've been conducting this spring. We have climbed the flank of a salt dome here in an embayment of the Sigsbee escarpment, which is in itself a salt feature, salt front. And we have seen asphalt outcrops. We have seen carbonate hard grounds. We've seen a diverse set of biological communities, and we are still working our way now across the top of this dome. This is a recon exploration dive, and we'll be in the water another 45 minutes at least, crossing the top of this feature and looking for other outcrops and other biology. Stay with us. That was a cusk eel, according to Mike Vecchione, that we just saw. Yeah, big one here. Let's take a look down at the bottom here. We got something. Looks like a fish. It's a fish. I don't know whether that, Mike, is another cusk eel or. Could be. Very interesting bottom topography, though. Some of this bottom topography could be related to collapse, related to the top of the feature that we're on here. Hard to see this as some kind of a Yeah, I think it's a rat tail. Yep. We've talked about these as whale marks, but I don't think they all are. Sedimented feature, burrowed, sedimented seafloor, burrowed. Got some mounds. No big targets in either the Sirius or Little Herc sector scanning sonars. Looks like a holothurian there on the left. Seafloor is uneven. Got some, got various, we've got hummocky, what we call hummocky topography. It's mounds of varying size. Got some burrows, but it's very hummocky here. That could be related to underlying geology, collapse of salt that's near the surface under the seafloor. This kind of general hummocky topography, it does suggest the removal of mass from underneath. It looked like cusk eel perhaps going by us on the right. About 80 meters or so, 85 meters or so, and Little Herc left to our waypoint. Moving back and forth as we move ahead about a tenth of a knot. You can see the edge of this long trench-like feature in front of us now, this long depression. We might want to take a look along this, guys, so we might want to do a ship stop here and take a look along. This is an interesting looking animal here. I'm not an animal, folks. I'm using that term generically to talk about the feature in front of us. It looks like a big trench. We're at a water depth now of 957 meters. I'm wondering whether this is man-made or not. There's always the potential here for some kind of industry-based mark, but I wouldn't know what it was. Looks relatively, it's featureless. Not sure it's geology. It's pretty wide. It's meters across. No encrusting biology at all. No strong outcrop signatures on sonar. On sonar, it's quite linear. It's quite regularly. The dimensions are relatively straight, which makes me think anything straight on the seafloor is going to be is likely to be man-made. Relatively constant width as well, which makes me suspicious that it's a man-made feature of some kind. And if we don't see any biology here, gentlemen, back and forth, we won't spend a lot of time here. We'll keep. We'll take a look up and down, and we'll go. It's now about 1600 local time, Central Daylight Time here on the ship. We're going to keep working our way over towards our waypoint here shortly and hopefully get there looking as we go. We've got at least 30 more minutes on the seafloor in dive 10. Yeah, that's an interesting looking feature. I don't know. That's a strange one. That is a strange one. I just can't even speculate what creates that. You know, I would have said in some other areas that it might be again some kind of a brine channel or even the bounds of a brine pool, but we don't see any staining associated with it. No evidence for recharge. So I'm less confident of it than I have been on other dives. Yeah, if you can push along it a little further, it'd be great. And then we can move on. Since I don't know what it is, I'm uncomfortable spending a lot more time here. Yeah, I really am tempted to say it's man-made. Might have been a seismic cable. You know, I don't know, but it's the Gulf of Mexico has been crisscrossed with man-made objects of one form or another. So this could be an example of one. They might have had a seismic cable up on top of this dome doing a seismic sounding of the dome itself as part of the prospect. You know, that's where they would put cables, is up on top, and then shoot to them. Shoot meaning sound. Yeah, I'm thinking this is man-made. So I'm ready actually to move on whenever you're... Yeah, if we want to get a zoom on that, we can.
Looks like another one of those jellies, like the one we saw rolling down the hill
only
earlier.
This one isn't rolling. This one is a stationary jelly.
No, because it's on the top of the hill.
Right, that's right. You're right. It looks very much like the same guy. Probably not the same guy, but a similar guy.
Yep.
Yeah, that's great, gentlemen. Onward to waypoint 3, please. 1/10 of a knot is good. Yeah. Yeah, it could have been seismic equipment, ground cable or something that they put down here, dragged it along to do seismic sounding of this dome. Remember, we're in a prospect. They've done work here, so that would have shown some disregard for biology here. But I'm not saying that they did disregard it. They did do RLV dives here as well, looking at ambient biology. There's another one of our...
One of those little jellies again,
Yeah.
looked like.
Less biology up here than I would have thought, actually. I'm not, we saw that one outcrop, but we haven't seen a lot.
And another.
Yeah, very mounded seafloor. It looks quite disturbed, actually. It looks as though it's been messed with. This looks less biological than, frankly, industrial. This looks like it's been manipulated, this piece of seafloor. ROV is about 60 meters from our waypoint right now. Yeah, Mike, I'm sorry. We zoned out here. We have to get, we need to, we will get you a Zoom. We're sorry we missed on that. I've been preoccupied with trying to figure out what's creating the topography on this seafloor, which is very, very hummocky. That's a big shrimp there. That's another one of these red shrimp. Well, let's get a zoom on him if we can. Another one of these red shrimp that we've got a zoom on earlier. Quite large, these guys. They really are beautiful. We will get you. We'll get you a zoom, Mike. If we see another one, I will get you a zoom. Very, very attractive organism. This shrimp. We said we got a zoom on this one earlier. Not this one, but one like it. But look how long its feeler, its whatever they are, whatever they call them are.
Antennae?
Antennae. But look at they stream back out of the field of view. It's incredible.
Yeah, they're really long. There's that video in one of the highlights videos of them swimming, and you can see the antennae just kind of stream way back behind it.
Incredible.
I saw a crab a little while ago that had really long antennae like that. That was the first time I'd seen a crab with those. We've seen a few shrimp like this.
That's great. Wonderful, guys. Oh, well, of course, if you bump into the ROV, then that's your penalty. Very, very hummocky seafloor. This is a very unusual looking seafloor. I'm not, this might be related to some kind of collapse of material underneath, but it also looks disturbed. It looks as though it's been disturbed by, perhaps by industrial activity. Got a track of something here off to the right. It looks like a bit like a little bit like a holothurian track, but I don't know.
I don't know. It's pretty long, huh?
Yeah. It doesn't look exactly. There's a fast-moving squat lobster on the left. Again, another area of disturbed seafloor here. Not all of this is man-made. Some of it is probably related to the fact that we're at the crest of one of these domes.
Seems a little bit more hummocky right by this trough thing,
but
right?
Then we have this trough, so I don't know whether that's just disturbance related to this. It was probably some kind of seismic operation, is my guess. I don't think there's any pipeline out here or anything else that would have created that kind of a linear depression.
Right, it seems to get it less hummocky as we move away from it.
I don't think that's the normal state of the seafloor. I think that's a piece of the seafloor that's been disturbed. I think this is much more normal for this part of the world. Got about 40 meters or so now between Little Herc and the waypoint. We're at a water depth of 959 meters. We're on top of this dome.
So holothurian on the left?
Yep, well, we saw one earlier, and we saw what could have been a holothurian track, so it doesn't surprise me to see some up, although we've seen very few. We've only seen a few holothurian up here. There were places in the med that were you could see 5 or 6 in an individual Hercules view. They were that dense.
I wonder if that's the maker of that track that we saw before. You can
I
see
think
the
so.
track behind
Pretty
it.
sure, yeah. Yeah. Another one of these chalk white holothurians.
Yep, there goes its trail off in the distance.
Yep. So they do move. They never seem to be moving when you're looking
No.
at them, but they obviously are going from point A to point B when you're not looking at them. Does anybody know how long a holothurian lives?
I don't know.
I mean, do they live a week, a month, a year? Are they 80 years old? Is that holothurian we just saw 80 years old? That's yeah, some of these burrows are really quite deep. We have had some discussion about what they are on previous dives.
On the previous dive where we were saying there are tilefish burrows, that was quite a bit shallower than this one that was 350 meters or something
Oh yeah,
like that.
absolutely. The water depth, yeah.
Yeah, so we
Yeah.
haven't seen any fish like that down
Nope,
here.
that's
so
true. So are seeing some
not
deep
really
burrows.
sure.
Are seeing some deep burrows though.
Yeah. Interesting.
There's something floating by. Oh no,
A
it's
squid?
Oh, it's a squid. It's a squid. It's another squid. It's another squid. Different, clearly a different kind. Yeah, if we can.
There's a little squid face.
We got something in the distance there. A crab again, I guess.
Yeah.
Looks like a crab. Yep.
Mike says it's a piglet squid.
A piglet squid. Well, it certainly looked a little bit like a piglet.
No, Mike doesn't joke about these things.
I was going to say I think Mike is deadly serious about squid. There you go.
This guy's a little short claw. Or it's just bent, maybe.
I don't know. Yeah, I think you're right. I think one of them looks a little. Maybe it's bent.
What? Maybe. I don't know.
That is
Might be bent.
That's a surreal organism right there. Can we have lasers, gentlemen, please?
This is a magid crab.
That is that's a big crab. He's going to take on the ROV.
These are the kind that we see sometimes shoveling a bunch of sediment into their mouth and sifting it out with all those little appendages. Yep, got some barnacles on him. That's those little white things sticking off of him. Is he going downhill? He always seems like he's almost collapsing when he steps on that
I
foot.
think they just they kind of pull forward with those front legs, and their carapace kind of lurches forward, and then
That
they
makes sense.
they
Yeah, it must have just been our perspective that I
Yeah,
had never noticed that
think
before.
They pull forward. They just pull. That is a real balancing act with those legs. I mean, that organism has got to be constantly thinking about it. I have trouble with 2 legs. He's thinking about 6. Fantastic. Wonderful to see that. Fantastic.
A little tiny fish there. Oh, that's another little tiny fish looks like, huh? Oh, is that a tripod fish? No, the one that I was thinking of was just swimming by. I doubt you'd be able to find it again. Swimming really fast.
Yeah, there's a tripod. We haven't seen a lot of those on these dives, but saw a lot in the Mediterranean. That was the most popular fish for the kids in the Med, was the tripod fish. They just simply loved that.
Oh, they're pretty cool. That little guy. Yeah, look at him trying to withstand that current from the, I think from the propellers, huh?
Yeah, that you can see the eyes are low on the head. The eyes are low on the head. But there isn't a lot of in the way of eye there.
Kind of a diminutive eye, yeah.
Yeah, very small eyes on that fish. Maybe they're vestigial. Maybe they're losing their eyes.
Could be.
Did we have lasers on this one, gentlemen? There they are. Fish is not as large as you might imagine. It's not too big. Those lasers are about 4 inches apart, 10 centimeters.
A little shrimp. Shrimp in the middle of one of these little whole circles.
ROV nav watch lead. I think what we do when we get to waypoint 3 is continue on. You're going at 200. Yeah, well, let's go to 20. Let's keep on at 200 till we get to the edge of the top of this feature when we start going downhill, and then I'm going to bring you around to the northwest and then the north. We're going to stay on top, but follow the edge of the feature. We're not going to come in until after dinner, so we've got another 90 minutes or so on the seafloor. Yeah, point 1 is good.
Or jelly. Sure. So Bill asked if these linear features could be the result of fishing trawls. I just don't think so this deep.
You know, Bill, in an area like this that is prospective for hydrocarbons, I think it's more likely that we're looking at the at prospecting marks, you know, seismic activity, probably from the work that they did initially before the lease was the block was leased. That's my guess. I don't think it's fishing. We're really pretty deep here for that. Now, is this one of these cusk eels? It's really
It's different.
it's an ancient-looking feature, huh? Whoa!
Oh.
Whoa! Finally realized that we were there.
Humpback there, that thing. I don't know what kind of fish that is.
Ground cables could be deployed this deep. Streamers or hydrophone cables, they could be deployed this deep. Yep.
What a jerk.
A lot of the equipment that they're using now, seismic equipment they're using now, is solid state. It's not oil filled. A lot of the surface hydrophone arrays, receiving arrays, are oil filled, but they're surface. That's surface equipment, something you're towing along the sea surface. These ground cables are not. They're solid state electronics. They're not. They can deploy them at a variety of depths. It's very expensive seismic to collect, but in an area like this, it also gives you. You can shoot a lot to a cable in a particular location, and build up information about the subsurface of a dome like this, and then move the cable a bit, shoot a lot to it. This is, you're dealing with ground cable work is done in a smaller area.
So Mike says, thanks for that fish close-up. Now I can send it to the fish people for ID.
Yeah, and when you find out what it is, let us know.
I love that word. Said it was a crotchety fish.
Yeah, well. Yeah, it's hard to believe that it's anything other than that. Yeah, no, it's. I believe this is seismic work that was done on this dome. This was part of the lease work that they did to determine what the hydrocarbon potential was of this structure. We have worked our way past waypoint 3 now. We're working our way south and west across the top of this dome to its southwestern edge. We are not going to go down the southwest flank because it's difficult for the ROV to look downhill. But we will spend the rest of the dive another hour to an hour and a half looking around the south and west and then north flanks of the feature. We'll just bring the ship around following the contour, stay on level ground and look for outcrops. Yeah, water depth up here has been remarkably constant. It looks like it's actually gone down a bit now. It was at 953 or 5. Now we're at 961. We may, in fact, be starting to come off the top of this feature already. So if that starts to become an issue, we can begin to move west and then north again. See more of these disruptions. This is man-made, these features.
It was another one of those little white and orange shrimp, look like. Or sorry, white and orange crab. That's what I meant.
That was the crab. Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's get a zoom on this guy too. Why not? Why not?
Oh, is this one a cusk eel? No? Kind of cute. Little face. Yeah, a lot of those deep sea fish do have, that's what I was saying, is those eyes are like that. They're kind of bulgy and like a cloudy black. And that little tiny one, the little baby rat tail that we looked at earlier, had an eye that looked a little bit to me more like shallow water fish eyes.
Well, they must be adapted for very low light conditions. I mean, they've got an eye that they must be continuing to use to observe changes in lighting, but it's got to be adapted for really low light, looking for luminosity in other organisms. I mean, fascinating, really. That's kind of, is that a, did we decide that is an eel?
Does look like there's a little notch taken out of his back,
somebody might have taken a divot out of him.
Well, Roland thinks not a cusk eel, and he probably knows.
So who are we calling him?
Crime, because somebody took a bite out of him.
See, I think it's a brodelid. That's exactly what I was going to say. Cusk eel.
Okay, so I think it is a cusk eel. I am still working on this fish taxonomy myself.
Squid bite. Oh, there we go. Okay, so squid bite. Yipes! I don't want one of those 4-meter squids chasing me around down here. Certainly come down. It's come down from 950, low 950s to low 960s.
It's another tripod fish.
Boy, they have wonderful. What do they call the? They look like feelers, but what are the? They don't. Are they fins? I
think they're fins because when we were looking at that one earlier, you could actually see them kind of open up.
Fantastic. Oh, I guess so. So they are. They just carry them very high when they're not swimming, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. So those anglerfish that we saw earlier, most likely the species called Sladenia schaefersi.
Now, when we're talking about anglerfish, are we talking about what we were calling goochfish or goosefish?
Frogfish earlier.
Frogfish, anglerfish. They're calling them anglerfish?
Well, they're saying that they are a kind of deep sea anglerfish
Because of the fishing rod on top of their snout there.
Right.
Okay.
And the fact that they're, kind of ambush predators. And but they're common. Another common name for them would be the frogfish, just because they kind of look froggish. And it says they were first described from the Caribbean by John Caruso and Harvey Bullis, 1976.
Fantastic. Well, we got some great photos of them, though. And are they a clutch of anglerfish? We saw 3. So is that a clutch or a school? Because they're not schooling, really. They're
a school of them.
Standing.
I think it was just 3 of them hanging out.
Are they loitering? Do anglerfish loiter? Because they are loitering. They are. One could hardly say that they're swimming. They barely moved a muscle the entire time we.
It's true. I'm surprised to see that one move a little tiny bit.
Well, I think only because we were actively nudging him with the ROV.
Yeah. Oh, looks like some kind of a rat tail fish in front of us. Those are characterized by having a fat head and really pretty quickly tapering off at the end there.
And they're often nose down. That must be that's the feeding. They're feeding. Always seem a little nose heavy.
This is just a little version of one of those little frosty crabs, candy cane crabs. Is it the same size? I thought that one was bigger. Okay. These are the ones that have really long antennae for a crab.
Yeah, they really are long. Those are the longest
anybody-
antennae on a crab I've ever seen.
Yeah, me too. I can't even see the end of them.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You know, I saw. So what Roland just asked is if it's a squat lobster, and it very well might be. I thought I might have seen one of these, a crab of this color, swimming backwards, which is squat lobster-like behavior.
It certainly has got a different. It's got more of a squat lobster-shaped carapace.
Yeah, right.
Than the other crabs we've been looking at. It's
Yeah,
an
when
awfully
we
big one though compared to the other ones we've been seeing.
Yeah, when we did a close-up of one of these before, we were just looking straight at it, so I couldn't see the tail before, but
Certainly.
I agree. Squat lobster, I think. Yeah, it's a pretty big, nasty spine there, too.
Yeah, they got that's certainly. They're making you pay if you want to take a big chomp. Mike thinks it is a squat lobster. It's a big one. It's certainly bigger than the others we've been seeing on the outcrops. Very long antennae, though.
See if we can catch the end of these antennae.
Fantastic, fantastic.
See,
Really are.
still can't see the end of it.
Can we pan up a bit, guys, just a little, and see if we can see the end of these antennae on the...
Yep, there we go.
Well,
One long one and one shorter one.
one might have been incredible. Great. Wonderful work. Thank you.
Did you ever have the lasers on during this?
We did early.
They did, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good sized.
Is that a fish right behind it? Like a flounder? Oh, it's some mucus. Bummer. I mean, mucus is cool too, but it shouldn't be prejudiced. Ha ha ha. Now, these mucousy things that we keep seeing around here, I think are echiurine worms, or the proboscises of echiurine worms. Because they kind of live in little holes in the sediment, and they roll their proboscis, or kind of like their tongue around on the sediment, pick up stuff to eat it. And interestingly, all those ones that are big are females, and they actually, the little males that live on their tongue to fertilize them. So if you're a little larvae of one of these worms and you're floating around, if you land on a tongue, you become a male. If you don't land on a tongue, you become a female. Little hermit crab again. Oh, a fish. Little squat lobster swimming around. Yep, that's another one of those. Orange and white ones.
I think, unless the Pope countermands this, I think we're going to be on the seafloor another 20, 25 minutes. Oh, I've got that wrong. I'm sorry. Another 35 or 40 minutes. Is that what it is? Am I on speaker here?
I'm not.
That's the it's the cosmic. You've heard about a big footprint. Well, there you go. And tan leather lasts a long time on the seafloor. Titanic has proved that. The shoes after 100 years in the deep ocean are still in remarkably good shape.
Yeah, those are pretty cool. Well, there's a Tina 4. Just off to the left side there.
Yeah, that's a good zoom. That shrimp with a crab in the background there. That's pretty good. Well, we can. Yeah, I have no problem getting lasers on as you come out. The last great act of defiance. Crab is just going, go ahead, make my day. Wonderful, wonderful, fantastic zoom capability on this camera, though. Don't get a chance to see a crab like that close up every day. That's called crab licking his chops, waiting to eat shrimp. And shrimp being extremely naive and going, no worries. Oh. Yeah, these crabs are great. Look like something out of War of the Worlds, these crabs. I've said that before. I'm sure that's where Steven Spielberg got his inspiration for the machines in War of the Worlds, from these crabs. And you got a good view of Little Herc from Sirius, taking a good look at this crab too, as it moves across the seafloor. We can move on, gentlemen. To the degree that the Okeanos Explorer can expand its exploration mission to aid in those kinds of missions, we appreciate it. We know that that's part of what the office needs to embrace over time to make the vessel maximally effective and maximally useful, and that's a good thing.
The two big chiefs of funding for BOEM were in the office today, and one of the reasons I couldn't stick with you the whole time, well, very little of the time really, was that they were in the office to see what we were doing and what was going on and what our mapping program, our seafloor mapping program was accomplishing. And you just happened to...
Gentlemen, I want to thank you. Great work today imaging that biology. It was a great job.